witches and wizards, and welcome back to our little corner of magic. Tonight, we are not simply telling a story. We are stepping into a journey together. A journey to Hogwarts, the school of witchcraft and wizardry that has captured hearts all over the world. Before we begin, I have a small favor to ask. We are a very small channel, and every bit of support means the world to us. If you enjoy these magical journeys, please take a moment to subscribe, to like this video, and to share it with someone who could use a little bit of magic in their life. And please leave a comment telling us what country you're listening from and what story you'd love to hear next. Your support helps us keep creating these cozy adventures for you. So, take a deep breath, set aside your thoughts of the day, and allow yourself to drift into this magical night. The train to Hogwarts is waiting, and your journey begins now. Winter had settled over Hogwarts like a dream that refused to end. The air was still and silver, and the castle seemed to wear its snow like a crown. Most of the students had gone home for the holidays. The train had pulled away 2 days earlier, leaving behind only a handful of us. For the first time, Hogwarts felt quiet, truly quiet, and I loved it. From the high towers, you could see the whole valley blanketed in white. The Black Lake had frozen solid, its surface a mirror for the pale winter sky. Even the Forbidden Forest seemed gentler somehow, the trees softened by snow, their branches bowing low in peace. Inside, the castle glowed with warmth. Fireplaces roared in every common room, their orange light flickering over the stone walls like the pulse of a living thing. The great hall, though emptier now, still shimmered with floating candles and garlands of holly and pine. And when the bells rang, their sound echoed through the halls like slow, golden waves. It was strange. Without the rush of footsteps, the chatter, the chaos of classes, you could hear the heartbeat of Hogwarts itself. Sometimes, late at night, I would walk the corridors and just listen. The portraits whispered in half-sleep, their painted fires glowing low. The suits of armor stood perfectly still, frost glimmering faintly on their shoulders. Even the ghosts seemed quieter, as though the cold air made their voices soft and thoughtful. Nearly headless Nick had taken to floating through the great hall, reciting old carols in his elegant, echoing baritone. Peeves, mercifully, had gone off to bother the empty classrooms instead. But my favorite place during those long winter nights was the window at the end of the north corridor, the one that looked out toward the mountains. From there, You could see the whole world asleep. The snow fell so slowly, it almost looked like time itself had stopped to watch. One evening, I brought a blanket and sat there with a mug of hot cocoa, watching the snow drift down. The castle creaked softly in the cold, and I felt completely at peace, like the world had finally caught its breath. That's when I noticed something. A faint glow near the forest edge. At first, I thought it was moonlight catching on the snow, but then it flickered like a lantern being carried through the trees. I frowned. No one was supposed to be out there, not at this hour. I hesitated for a moment, then pulled on my coat and scarf and slipped outside. The air was sharp and cold, the kind that made your breath turn silver in front of you. My boots crunched softly through the snow as I crossed the courtyard. Every sound seemed enormous. The distant hoot of an owl, the faint whistle of wind through the cracks of the old castle doors. I followed the light down the hill toward Hagrid's hut, but when I reached the frozen pumpkin patch, it wasn't there anymore. Instead, I found Hagrid himself, standing by the forest edge, holding a lantern. "Evening, Harry," he said, his voice soft and warm against the cold. "Couldn't sleep either?" I shook my head, smiling. "Thought I saw something glowing out here." Hagrid chuckled. "Aye, fire fairies come out every winter night or two when the air's cold enough to sing." "Fire fairies?" He nodded. "Little bits of light that feed on warmth and music. Used to live deep in the forest, but when it snows like this, they come closer to the castle. Say it reminds them of home." I peered into the trees, and sure enough, tiny sparks of gold floated among the branches, dancing like embers in the dark. Each one pulsed softly, their glow reflected in Hagrid's kind eyes. "They're beautiful," I whispered. Hagrid grinned. "They are that. They won't hurt ya, though they'll follow ya if you hum a tune." So I did. Just a quiet melody, one Mrs. Weasley used to hum while cooking at the burrow. And slowly, the fire fairies drifted closer, dozens of them, swirling like glowing snowflakes, until the whole clearing shimmered in soft golden light. For a while, we just stood there, Hagrid and I, bathed in the warmth of light and snow and quiet music. It felt like Hogwarts itself was listening. Then the fairies, one by one, floated upward, into the branches, into the air, and finally into the night sky, until they became stars again. Hagrid watched them go and said softly, "Every winter they remember their way home." I smiled, the cold forgotten, the warmth still glowing somewhere in my chest. By the time I walked back up to the castle, the snow had stopped. The sky was clear and the moon hung low and golden above the towers. Inside, the corridors were warm again, the portraits softly snoring, the castle content in its slumber. As I climbed back into bed, I thought about the lights, about how even the smallest warmth can shine through the darkest cold. And before I drifted to sleep, I whispered to the quiet air, "Good night, Hogwarts." The castle creaked softly in reply, and outside, somewhere beyond the frozen lake, the fire fairies danced until dawn. There's something about the greenhouses at night that always felt like another world. When the sun sets and the lamps go dark, the air goes quiet, but the plants don't really sleep. They breathe differently. You can hear them, faint rustles, slow sighs, a soft heartbeat of leaves. That night, I couldn't help it. I had to check on them. It was late, even later than Filch's patience. But something had been nagging at me for hours. Greenhouse 3 had been glowing earlier, just faintly, like moonlight trapped under glass. So I slipped out of the common room, pulled on my old jumper, and crept down the stone path that wound toward the greenhouses. The night was cool and misty, and the grass sparkled with dew under the moon. The castle behind me was silent, its windows twinkling faintly like sleepy eyes. As I neared the greenhouses, I saw it again, a pale golden shimmer behind the glass. Not firelight, something softer, alive. I eased the door open, and the scent of damp earth and petals wrapped around me. Warm, familiar, safe. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. "Good evening, Neville," said a calm, dreamy voice from behind a row of puffapods. I jumped, nearly dropped my wand. "Luna," I whispered, "Merlin's beard, what are you doing here?" She smiled, her eyes glowing like the moonlight through mist. "I couldn't sleep. The greenhouse was humming." I rubbed the back of my neck. "You heard it humming?" She nodded. "It does that when something's about to bloom." We both turned toward the center of the greenhouse. A small vine, one I didn't recognize, was winding slowly up a wooden stake, its leaves trembling as if breathing in the moonlight. Tiny buds along its stem pulsed with faint golden light. Luna whispered, "Have you ever seen one of these before?" I knelt closer, squinting. The petals were sealed tight, but I could feel a faint warmth coming from them, like the plant itself had a heartbeat. "I think," I said slowly, "I think it's a Lumos vine. They were thought to be extinct." Luna smiled softly. Maybe they were just waiting for the right night. We stood there, the two of us, watching the golden glow shimmer through the leaves. The entire greenhouse seemed to breathe with it, every flower, every fern, each one leaning slightly toward that single vine, as though listening. Then the humming grew louder, not unpleasant, just soft and deep, like the sound of wind through water. The buds began to open. One by one, petals unfurled like tiny lanterns, each revealing a drop of light at its center, pure gold, floating above the blossom. The vine bloomed in silence. Every flower released its light into the air, and soon dozens of golden orbs drifted upward, twirling like fireflies. Luna's voice was barely a whisper. "They're stars in training." I laughed quietly. "What?" She nodded seriously. "My mum used to say some stars are born from the earth. They have to learn how to shine before they can fly." I didn't say anything for a moment, just watched the glowing orbs drift higher, reflecting in Luna's wide, peaceful eyes. I'd never thought about it like that before, that maybe even stars start small, that maybe growing, blooming, shining takes time. The lights gathered at the glass ceiling, hovering like a constellation trapped under glass. And then, as if hearing some secret signal, they drifted through the panes and out into the night, tiny suns rising into the stars above. Luna and I watched until the last one disappeared into the sky. The greenhouse was dark again, but warm, as if it had just exhaled. Luna smiled softly. "They'll come back next year, I think." I nodded. "If they do, we'll be here." She gave a quiet laugh. Of course, plants like company. We didn't talk much after that. We just stood in the silence, listening to the soft drip of water and the rustle of leaves. When we finally stepped outside, the air felt fresh, new somehow. The sky was still full of stars, and I wondered how many of them had once been tiny blooms in some forgotten greenhouse, waiting to be seen. That night, as I drifted into sleep, I dreamed of roots and light, and a world where even the smallest seeds can reach the stars if you're patient enough to watch them grow. It's strange, really, how the castle sounds different at night. When everyone's asleep, Hogwarts breathes. You can hear it if you listen closely. The hush of the portraits whispering in their frames. The deep sigh of the old stones remembering the footsteps of centuries past. I, Hermione Granger, had promised myself I wouldn't sneak out tonight, but the thought wouldn't let me go. There was something about the library, a sound I'd heard the evening before, like pages turning by themselves, long after Madame Pince had locked the doors. So, here I was, in my slippers, wand in hand, moving softly through the corridor. Moonlight fell through the tall windows, painting silver stripes across the floor. Each step echoed just enough to make me wince. When I reached the library door, I whispered the charm I'd memorized far too easily. Alohomora. The lock clicked, quiet as a breath. Inside, the air felt alive. Thousands of books slept on their shelves, row after row, the scent of parchment and dust thick like memory. The candles had burned down to their stubs, but faint blue light shimmered from somewhere deep between the aisles. I hesitated only a second, then I followed it. At first, it looked like moonlight caught in dust, but as I stepped closer, I saw something impossible. The books were breathing. Their covers rose and fell ever so slightly, as though they were dreaming. And when I leaned in, I heard the faintest murmur, like a child talking in sleep. The forest was deep. The stars were kind. I blinked. The voice had come from a book. I stepped closer. It was an old leather-bound volume, a history of early charms. The pages were fluttering slightly, as though stirred by an invisible wind. I whispered, "Are you speaking?" The book sighed, and its voice, faint like memory on paper, replied, "All stories dream, child. When no one reads them, they dream of being remembered." My breath caught. I'd read about magical tomes that spoke when opened, but never ones that dreamed. The library around me shimmered faintly, faint glows of text floating through the air, words without pages, like thoughts drifting free. I turned in slow wonder. Every shelf seemed to hum with faint light now, the books whispering softly to one another. It wasn't frightening, it was beautiful. I wandered deeper, past the arithmancy section, past the shelves of magical theory. Each row whispered a different dream, some about heroes, some about lost kingdoms, others about the people who once read them. And then I saw it, a single desk lit by a lone candle. Someone had been here. On the desk lay an open notebook, not a Hogwarts text, but a student's journal. The ink shimmered faintly silver. Curiosity fluttered in my chest as I leaned over and read the first line. For whoever finds this, if the books are dreaming, don't wake them, just listen. I froze. A faint breeze stirred the candle flame, and suddenly the room seemed to listen back. From between the shelves came soft footfalls, not heavy like a person's, more like parchment brushing the floor. I turned slowly, wand raised, and gasped. A shape moved between the shelves, not a ghost, not a person, but a figure made entirely of drifting letters. Sentences and words looped through the air, forming the outline of a young girl with her hair tied up in a quill-streaked bun. She smiled. Her voice sounded like pages turning. "You heard us." I swallowed. "Who are you?" She tilted her head, letters rearranging softly. "I'm what the library remembers. Every reader leaves a trace, a whisper, and when enough of those whispers gather, they become me." Her words shimmered like light on water. She turned and gestured for me to follow. We walked deeper into the stacks, through walls of shadow and moonlit text. The whispering around us grew softer, almost like breathing. Finally, we stopped at the heart of the library, the restricted section. Its gate, usually locked with a dozen charms, now stood slightly ajar. The girl, the library's memory, looked back at me. Would you like to hear its oldest dream? I nodded. The moment she raised her hand, the shelves trembled. Dozens of books floated gently from their places, opening in the air. Light poured from their pages, stories overlapping, forming images that hung like constellations. I saw the castle as it once was, brand new, its towers golden in the morning light. I saw students from centuries ago, quills scratching, laughter echoing. I saw the founders themselves walking through these very halls, their voices calm, kind, full of hope. The books whispered in unison. We remember when magic was young. We remember when every word was a spell and every reader a dreamer. Tears pricked my eyes. All this time, the library hadn't just been holding knowledge. It had been holding memory. Every laugh, every gasp, every heartbeat that ever passed between its pages. The light began to fade. The books drifted back to their shelves, the air settling once again into gentle stillness. The letter girl smiled faintly. "Thank you for listening," she said. "When morning comes, we'll sleep again, but you'll remember for us, won't you?" I nodded, unable to speak. She stepped backward into the darkness, her form dissolving into drifting words that faded like candle smoke. The library returned to quiet. Only the soft rustle of pages remained. I stood for a while longer, letting the silence wrap around me like a spell. Then I closed the door gently behind me, leaving the dreaming books to their rest. When I reached the common room, dawn was just brushing the edge of the windows. Ron was asleep by the fire, Crookshanks curled on his lap. I smiled, set my wand down, and whispered, "Good night, library." And if you listen closely tonight, perhaps you'll hear it too, the quiet breathing of old books, dreaming of you. Sleep well, dreamer. Tomorrow's stories are waiting. There are corners of Hogwarts that almost everyone forgets about. Corridors that no longer lead anywhere. Doors that don't open. Staircases that twist themselves into places no one remembers. And then there's the clock tower. Everyone sees it. It looms over the courtyard, its bells marking each hour. But few students ever climb inside. Most don't even know you can. I didn't until that night. It was nearly midnight, and I couldn't sleep. The library had closed hours ago, but my mind kept spinning with questions about arithmancy, time turners, and whether time itself was more of a language than a line. Harry had been sitting by the fire when I came down to the common room. He looked up, surprised, and smiled that small, sleepy smile of his. "Still awake?" he asked. I nodded. "I think I need some air." He hesitated, then said quietly, "I'll come with you." The castle was hushed and moonlit as we wandered down the corridor, our footsteps muffled by old stone. The air felt different at night, thicker somehow, full of old magic. As we passed the courtyard, I heard it, a low, deep ticking that didn't match the bells. It was slower, older. I turned to Harry. "Do you hear that?" He frowned, listening. "Yeah, it's coming from the tower." We followed the sound to a narrow staircase winding upward. Dust floated in the moonlight. The air grew cooler with each step, until we reached a door I'd never seen before, wooden, carved with the faint outline of a clock face. I tried the handle. It turned. Inside was a vast room of shadows and gears, massive wheels turning in slow, perfect rhythm. Pendulums swayed like lazy metronomes, and moonlight spilled through the tall, arched windows. It was beautiful. Every movement felt ancient, deliberate, as if the whole castle were breathing in time with it. Then I noticed something odd. One of the smaller clocks on the far wall, a delicate silver timepiece with glass hands, wasn't moving at all. Its hands pointed forever at midnight. Harry stepped closer. "Broken?" "I don't think so," I murmured. "Look, the glass isn't cracked and the pendulum's still swinging." We watched in silence. The pendulum moved, but the hands never shifted. Harry tilted his head. Maybe it's stuck in time. I smiled faintly. "You're not wrong." I touched the glass, and the air around us shimmered. For a moment, the sound of ticking stopped. Everything did. The gears froze mid-turn. Even the dust in the air hung suspended, glimmering in the still light. We were standing inside silence itself. Harry's voice was hushed. "Hermione, what just happened?" I could hardly speak. "I think we're inside a moment." It wasn't frightening. It was peaceful. The kind of stillness you never find in the waking world. The pause between thoughts, the breath between heartbeats. Outside the window, the moon had frozen mid-rise. The clouds were statues. The whole world seemed to be holding its breath. Harry looked around, awed. "Do you think this is what time looks like when it rests?" I smiled softly. Maybe even time needs to stop once in a while." He chuckled quietly. "You'd think it could manage without freezing us in the process." I laughed, the sound strangely bright in the still air. Maybe it wanted company. We stood together, the two of us wrapped in silver light, listening to a silence so complete it almost felt alive. And in that stillness, I realized something. All year, we'd been running, from classes, from danger, from the weight of what was coming. But here, in this frozen moment, there was no rush, no fear, no clock to race against. Just now. I felt tears prick my eyes, not from sadness, but from relief. Harry put a hand on my shoulder, and I could see the same calm settle over him. After a while, I whispered, "How do we start it again?" He smiled slightly. "You're the clever one." So I took a deep breath and whispered a charm I'd only ever read about, Tempus Novus. The word glowed briefly, then faded into the air like a sigh. The pendulum began to move again. The ticking returned, soft and slow. The world took its breath once more. We climbed down the staircase quietly, our footsteps echoing in rhythm with the newly awakened clock. When we reached the courtyard, the first hint of dawn was touching the sky. The air smelled of dew and beginning. Harry looked up at the lightening horizon and said, "Feels like time forgave us." I smiled, my heart lighter than it had been in months. Maybe it just wanted us to listen. We stood there in silence, watching the day unfold, and for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel the need to hurry anywhere. Sometimes the most magical thing in the world is simply to be still. Good night, and may your dreams pause just long enough for you to hear the quiet ticking of peace. It was one of those nights when sleep simply wouldn't come. The fire in the Gryffindor common room had burned down to glowing coals, and everyone else was asleep. Everyone except me. Sometimes when I couldn't sleep, I'd walk. Hogwarts at night was my secret, quiet and full of possibility. The air felt different after curfew, softer, like the whole castle was dreaming. I slipped out through the portrait hole, wand in hand, and let the silence wrap around me. The corridors glowed faintly blue from moonlight drifting through tall windows. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed midnight, low, slow, and steady. That's when I heard it, a sound I'd never heard before. A low hum, like stone shifting, deep, heavy, and alive. I turned the corner just in time to see it. The grand marble staircase, the one leading up to the astronomy tower, was moving. Now, staircases in Hogwarts moved all the time, but this one wasn't just swinging sideways or rearranging its landing. It was wandering. The steps glided away from the wall, floating into open space, curling slowly like a ribbon of stone. For a moment, I just stared, too stunned to speak. Then a voice behind me said softly, "Oh good, you can see it too." I jumped, and turned to see Luna Lovegood standing there, barefoot, her pale hair glimmering in the moonlight. She was holding a single slipper in her hand, as though she'd simply forgotten to put the other one on. "Luna," I whispered, "what are you doing out here?" She tilted her head. "The staircase couldn't sleep either." I blinked. "What?" "It's been sighing for days," Luna said calmly. "You can hear it if you listen. It wanted to go somewhere new." I couldn't help smiling. "You think the staircase gets bored?" "Of course," Luna said, as if it were obvious. "If I had to lead people up and down the same tower every day for 1,000 years, I'd want a little midnight adventure too." The staircase had now drifted halfway into open air, curving upward toward nothing but moonlight. I hesitated, then whispered, "Should we follow it?" Luna smiled faintly. "Yes, I think it's inviting us." We stepped onto the first stair. It felt solid, but it moved gently, like a slow river of stone. The castle below grew smaller with each quiet step. The hum grew louder, deep and harmonious, as though the castle itself was singing to us. The stars outside the tall windows shimmered closer, their light brushing our faces like cool silver threads. Luna gazed upward. "It's beautiful, isn't it? Maybe it just wanted a better view." I laughed softly. "Maybe we'll get in trouble for this." "Oh, I doubt it," she said. "You can't break a rule the castle hasn't thought of yet." We climbed higher until the staircase curved into a place I'd never seen before, a landing that didn't exist by day. It opened into a circular tower, its walls made entirely of stained glass. Every pane shimmered with slow-moving colors, blues, golds, and deep greens that looked alive in the moonlight. The air was still, cool, and filled with the faint scent of rain. Luna touched the glass with her fingertips. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. I listened. There it was, a faint, musical hum like wind through harp strings. The glass glowed brighter where she touched it, forming ripples of light that danced across the floor. And then the glass began to show pictures, not like portraits, but memories. We saw students from long ago, their robes older, their laughter echoing faintly. We saw a girl sitting on a windowsill, reading by candlelight. We saw the first snowfall of the first winter at Hogwarts. The tower was showing us its own memories. Luna's eyes shimmered. "I think this is where the staircase wanted to go, so it could remember the view it had when the castle was new." For a long while we stood there, watching the lights and faces drift by like dreams. It wasn't frightening or strange. It was peaceful, like standing inside a heartbeat. Then the hum faded, the glass dimmed, the colors returning to stillness. The tower grew quiet again. Luna smiled softly. "It's content now." I looked back and saw the staircase waiting for us, patient, glowing faintly gold in the moonlight. We stepped on together, and it gently carried us back down, spiraling through the air like a ribbon returning home. When we reached the floor again, the staircase settled back into place with a soft sigh. The castle went still. I looked at Luna. "Do you think anyone will believe us?" She shrugged. "Probably not, but that's all right. Some things belong to the night." She turned to go, slippers in hand, and added quietly, "Good night, Jenny. Sleep well. The stairs will too." I watched her disappear around the corner, the moonlight fading behind her. For a while, I just stood there, listening to the castle breathe, feeling its calm settle through me like a lullaby. Then I smiled and whispered to the still air, "Good night, Hogwarts." And the stones, ancient and kind, whispered back, "Good night, little dreamer." The thing about Hogwarts is it never really goes quiet. Even when everyone's asleep, something, somewhere, is clanking, whispering, or sighing about something dramatic that happened in 1463. And, of course, there are the portraits. I should have known one of them would keep me up. It started late, far too late, in the Gryffindor common room. The fire had burned down to embers, glowing like sleepy eyes half shut. I'd been dozing off in an armchair, a half-finished essay slipping from my lap, when I heard it. "No, I insist. It was 1647, not 1646. You've been misremembering for 2 centuries." I groaned and peeked open one eye. Sir Cadogan, the ridiculous little knight who'd once guarded our portrait hole, was pacing in his frame, arguing with another painting, a rather stern witch with a high ruff and a book balanced on her knee. "Can't you two have this argument during daylight?" I muttered, but they didn't hear me. Instead, the witch snapped, "If you can't recall your own birthday, Sir Cadogan, perhaps you shouldn't lecture me on dates of wizarding history." He puffed out his chest. "Madam, my birthday is celebrated yearly by a feast of bravery, fireworks, and magnificent songs." "Then why," she replied icily, "is there no record of it in any book?" And that's when it happened. She stood up, stepped right out of her frame, and marched into another painting across the wall. I sat up straight. "Blimey," I whispered, "that's new." Usually, portraits stick to their own frames unless they're close together, but she'd just walked clear across the wall. And Sir Cadogan followed her, clanking noisily, sword dragging behind him. I rubbed my eyes. I should have gone back to sleep, but, of course, curiosity won. Grabbing my wand, I whispered, "Lumos," and tiptoed toward the portrait hall. The corridors were cold, the stones slick with moonlight. The castle always feels different at night. Not scary exactly, just watchful. Every step echoed softly, and sometimes the shadows moved like they were breathing. I followed the faint sound of voices until I reached the grand portrait gallery. Hundreds of paintings covered the walls. Witches, wizards, landscapes, even a few dragons snoozing in gilded frames. Most of them were asleep, their chests rising and falling in slow, painted rhythm. But one frame near the far end glowed faintly gold. Sir Cadogan stood inside it, pacing furiously. The stern witch sat opposite him, arms crossed, tapping her quill. I cleared my throat. Everything all right here?" Both looked up. The witch blinked, startled. "Oh, a student?" Sir Cadogan beamed. "Ah, young Weasley, a fellow knight of courage and flame." I sighed. "Not exactly." He saluted me with his tiny sword. We were merely engaged in scholarly debate, which has, alas, become rather eternal. The witch rolled her painted eyes. "He cannot rest until he proves a point, and I cannot rest until he stops trying." "You mean," I said slowly, "you literally can't sleep?" Both nodded. That was oddly sad. The portraits looked tired, even in oil and paint, brush strokes sagging at the edges, colors dulled. "Well," I said, rubbing my neck, "maybe there's a way to settle it?" The witch smiled faintly. "Unless you can summon a library at midnight, young man, I fear not." That's when I remembered Hermione's story from the week before, about the library that dreams. Maybe, just maybe, the castle was listening. I raised my wand and whispered, "Accio, History of Magic, Volume 1. To my shock, a faint breeze stirred through the hall, and with a soft pop, a dusty old book drifted right out of a frame down the corridor and floated toward us. The portraits gasped. The witch clapped her hands. "Oh, it worked!" The book landed gently in my hands, glowing faintly gold under my wand light. "Right then," I muttered, flipping it open. "Let's see. Sir Cadogan, your famous battle was in 1647. He gasped in triumph. "Ha! You see, fair lady of ink and quill, I told you so." But the witch wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled, tired, relieved. "Then I can rest." Her colors brightened. Blues deepened, golds shimmered. She stood, bowed slightly, and said, "Thank you, young man." Then, with a graceful sigh, she sat back into her frame and drifted into sleep. Sir Cadogan yawned so wide his helmet nearly toppled off. "Well fought, Weasley. You have my eternal gratitude." I chuckled. "You're welcome. Try not to start another midnight debate, yeah?" He saluted again, eyes already half closed, and the portrait hall fell quiet. I walked back through the corridors, wand light flickering softly on the walls. Somewhere above, the castle creaked, that slow, comforting sound of stone settling, like a giant breathing in its sleep. When I reached the common room again, the fire had burned low, throwing sleepy shadows across the floor. I sat back in my armchair, set my wand aside, and smiled. Hogwarts wasn't just magic in spells and potions. It was alive, kind, patient, sometimes a bit eccentric, but alive all the same. And that night, as the portraits dreamed in silence, I realized something simple but wonderful. Even paintings need peace to rest. So, wherever you are tonight, let your thoughts settle like brush strokes drying on canvas. Let the noise fade. Let the world sleep gently around you. Winter had settled over Hogwarts like a heavy quilt. The snow outside the windows glowed pale under moonlight, and the corridors were so quiet you could almost hear the castle dreaming. It was the week after winter break, and though most of the students had returned, the castle still felt half asleep. The fireplaces crackled lazily, and the portraits yawned as though trying to wake from a long nap. That night, I couldn't sleep. The dormitory was warm, the snow outside still falling in slow, perfect silence. But something about the quiet made my thoughts too loud. So I wandered down the spiral staircase, past the common room, and into the shadowy corridors of the castle. The air was cool, smelling faintly of smoke and pine from the great hall's lingering fires. Every now and then, a portrait muttered softly in its sleep, until I passed one that didn't. At first, I didn't notice anything strange. It was a large painting of a man in a midnight blue cloak, standing before a snowy landscape. But then I realized his eyes were open, wide open, and tired. "Excuse me," I whispered. "Sorry, did I wake you?" The man sighed deeply. "Oh, I wish you had, dear boy, but I haven't slept in days." I blinked. "You haven't slept?" He shook his painted head miserably. "No matter how I try, my eyes refuse to close. The snow keeps falling, the night refuses to end, and I simply watch it." His voice carried that kind of old, heavy weariness you could feel in your chest. I frowned. "Has this ever happened before?" He hesitated. "Not for 300 years. But this winter, something's wrong. I can feel it in the brush strokes." I didn't know what to say. You don't learn in Defense Against the Dark Arts what to do when a portrait develops insomnia. So I told him I'd find someone who might know. The corridors were even quieter now. Faint candlelight flickered along the walls. And that's when I saw him, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, floating down the hall with his usual stately slowness, his head slightly tilted on his nearly severed neck. "Evening, Sir Nicholas," I said softly. He turned, his translucent face brightening. "Ah, Harry, out for a stroll at this hour. Most peculiar, even for Gryffindors." "I could say the same," I said with a small smile. Nick chuckled, the sound echoing faintly. "Indeed, but ghosts, you see, rarely tire. Sleep is for the living. Still, I find the nights rather long after the holidays. I hesitated. Actually, there's a portrait upstairs that can't sleep at all. Nick raised an ethereal eyebrow. Can't sleep? You mean awake against its will? Fascinating. He floated along beside me as we made our way back up the staircase. The castle hummed softly around us, its old magic stirring like a cat shifting in its dreams. When we reached the portrait, the man looked up, startled. "Oh, a ghost and a boy. Am I being haunted twice now?" Nick bowed elegantly, his head wobbling only slightly. "Good evening, sir. I am Sir Nicholas, resident spirit of this noble castle. My young friend tells me you've been unable to slumber." The painted man sighed. "If only I could close my eyes. The snow never stops falling. The artist painted it that way, and now it feels endless." Nick floated closer, inspecting the edges of the frame. Ah, the perpetual snowfall portrait, enchanted by a painter named Alderwick centuries ago. Each season in his paintings lasts exactly as long as the artist's heart remembers it. The man frowned. "Then why won't mine end?" Nick looked thoughtful. Perhaps the artist never moved on from that winter. Perhaps he painted his longing into the brush strokes. The painted man's expression softened. "So, I'm trapped in his memory?" Nick's translucent face grew gentle. "Not trapped, my dear fellow, merely remembered. And memories, though long, are not eternal." For a moment, none of us spoke. The snow in the painting shimmered faintly, and I thought I saw one flake pause mid-air, just for a heartbeat. Then I had an idea. "Maybe," I said quietly, "you just need a new memory." The portrait blinked. "What do you mean?" I smiled. "You've been watching the same winter night for centuries. Maybe if you saw something different, something warm, you'd finally rest." Nick brightened. "Ah, splendid idea, Harry." He turned to the portrait. "Close your eyes, sir, metaphorically, of course, and listen." Nick raised his ghostly hand, and from somewhere deep in the castle came a soft, distant melody, the faint echo of the great hall's old holiday songs. The painting shimmered. The snowlight inside the frame dimmed, and slowly, so slowly, the endless night began to fade into dawn. The man's painted eyes softened. "Oh, I remember this light," he whispered. "My daughter's laughter, the morning after the first snow melted." Nick's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Then hold it, dear friend, and rest." The portrait's eyes fluttered closed. For the first time in centuries, he slept. The snow in the painting melted into spring, tiny blossoms blooming where frost once clung. A robin landed on the painted fence post and sang a silent song only the castle could hear. Nick smiled proudly. "There now. Sometimes, Harry, even paintings need to remember the warmth." I nodded, smiling faintly. "Thanks, Nick." He tilted his nearly head and gave a small ghostly bow. think nothing of it. Rest comes to all, even to those made of paint and memory. As I made my way back toward the common room, the first light of dawn spilled through the windows, painting gold across the cold stone. Somewhere behind me, the portrait sighed in peaceful sleep. The castle exhaled with him, as if the whole of Hogwarts had finally drifted back into its dreams. Good night, and may your heart, like that portrait, find its way from winter to rest. There are few places in the world that feel more alive than the burrow at Christmas. It hums, truly hums, with the sound of laughter, sizzling pans, creaking staircases, and the rustle of wrapping paper enchanted to tie itself neatly into bows. From the moment you wake, the house seems to glow. Candles float along the ceiling beams. Snowflakes drift through open windows and vanish before they touch the floor. And Mrs. Weasley's voice carries through every room. Half a song, half a reminder about socks or scarves, or someone's forgotten jumper. It's impossible to be lonely at the Burrow. That Christmas Eve, the air smelled of cinnamon and pine. Ron, Hermione, and I had spent the morning in the garden, helping Mr. Weasley hang enchanted fairy lights along the roof. They twinkled brighter every time Fred or George told a joke, which meant the roof had been blinking like a carnival for hours. Hermione had snow in her hair. Ron's scarf was on backward, and Hagrid had sent a crate of enchanted toffee that sang "We wish you a Merry Christmas" every time anyone opened it, to Mrs. Weasley's eternal dismay. By evening, the house was bursting with warmth. Charlie had arrived from Romania, his coat smelling faintly of dragon smoke. Bill and Fleur were laughing softly near the fireplace, their faces golden in the glow. Ginny was upstairs, wrapping something in secret. And Percy, though pretending to read by the window, kept sneaking glances at everyone, a small smile breaking his usual composure. When dinner came, it was like a feast straight from a dream. Candles hovered above the long wooden table. The plates filled themselves when empty. Steam rose from every dish. Golden potatoes, roasted carrots, and a ham that could have fed half of Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley bustled about, glowing with pride, and Mr. Weasley leaned back, eyes twinkling behind his glasses, as he listened to Fred and George describe their latest prank invention. It wasn't grand like the Great Hall, or dazzling like Diagon Alley, but it was alive. Every inch of that little crooked house shimmered with love. After dinner, we sat before the fire. The room smelled of wood smoke and sweet pudding. Ginny strummed a few soft chords on her old guitar. Fleur hummed a carol from Beauxbatons, and even Crookshanks purred in rhythm with the crackle of the logs. When the clock struck 9, Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands. "All right, everyone, coats on, it's time!" Ron groaned. "Mom, it's freezing out there." But she only smiled. "All the best things happen under winter skies, dear." We bundled up and followed her outside. Snow had fallen thick across the garden, soft and glittering under the moonlight. The trees shimmered faintly, every branch draped with frost. In the middle of the field behind the burrow, a circle of candles floated gently above the snow. Mrs. Weasley waved her wand, and the flames rose higher, glowing gold and steady in the cold night air. "This," she said softly, "was a tradition my grandmother started. Every Christmas Eve, we light a circle for the ones we love, near and far, and we make a wish for the year ahead." One by one, we stepped into the circle. Hermione whispered her wish first, something about kindness and peace. Ron muttered something about the Chudley Cannons finally winning a game, which earned a laugh. Mr. Weasley wished for fewer exploding plugs and more working ones. Ginny wished for an adventure, and Fleur wished for a quiet year, which made everyone laugh again. When it was my turn, I hesitated. The snow fell softly, flakes catching in my hair, and the candles flickered like small stars. "I wish," I said quietly, "that the people I love always find their way home." Mrs. Weasley's eyes glistened in the candlelight. "That," she said gently, "is the best wish of all." We stood there for a long time, the night still around us. Above, the stars shimmered bright, and then, suddenly, a streak of silver light cut across the sky. "One!" Ginny shouted, pointing upward. Then another streak. Then another. Soon, the sky was alive, hundreds of shooting stars crossing the heavens in slow, graceful arcs. Fred whispered, "Blimey, the stars are having a party." Hermione gasped softly, "It's the winter crossing. It only happens once every century. The stars shift in alignment. It's said to bring luck, protection, and new beginnings." We all stood in silence, watching the sky glitter and move. The snow reflected the light, the candles shimmered, and for a moment it felt like magic itself was holding its breath. Then, from the house, a warm glow burst through the windows. Mrs. Weasley's charm had lit the entire burrow like a lantern, soft gold spilling into the snow. When the stars finally faded, we went back inside. The fire roared higher, and mugs of cocoa waited on the table as if the house itself had known we'd need them. Mrs. Weasley tucked a blanket around my shoulders before I could protest. "You're one of ours, Harry," she said softly, "always." And I believed her. We sat by the fire, half asleep, listening to the clock tick softly on the mantel. Hermione and Ron dozed side by side. Ginny was curled in an armchair, Fang snoring near her feet. Mr. Weasley had nodded off mid-sentence, and Mrs. Weasley hummed quietly, her knitting needles working by themselves. The world outside was still and white. The burrow glowed like a heart in the dark. I looked around at the faces I loved, the family that had made room for me when I had nowhere else to go, and felt something deep and calm settle in my chest. Maybe this was what magic really was. Not spells or wands or ancient runes, but warmth, laughter, and love that refused to fade, even on the coldest nights. I finished my cocoa and leaned back in the chair. The last log in the fire cracked softly, sparks drifting up like tiny stars reborn. And as my eyes closed, I thought of the candles in the snow, the wish I'd made, and the stars that had answered. May the night always remember us kindly, I thought, and may the light of the burrow never go out. So, if you're listening now, wherever you are, may your night be soft and kind. May your heart be warm as the burrow's fire, and when you dream, may you find yourself walking under falling stars with laughter waiting just beyond the door.